She did all the running.
I'll tell you what a mare, huh?
Oof. Wow.
Isn't she incredible? God, she's incredible. Huh?
All right, we are set to go with our first Breeders' Cup race of the day, the Filly and Mare Sprint, and congratulations, Michael Lund Peterson, Bob Baffert, Gamine, a track record-setting performance.
Wow.
And Bob, I'll start with you first. Inside of Serengeti Empress, and both wanted the lead. Was that a conversation with Johnny Velazquez before the race, if this was going to happen, make an adjustment and try to get outside?
I think we talked about the different scenarios that would happen, and it was obvious that Serengeti, she's a great filly, and that she has to make the lead to do her best running, and so but Johnny wanted to get our filly running and get Serengeti having to get her running, and the way she's been working, I knew we could lay off the pace. I've been working her that way, teaching her how to just relax. And as soon as he opened up Serengeti, he let Serengeti go. He got on the outside. Then he was, from there and on, it was whether, if she's the great filly, we're hoping she is. And, first time she can stalk. And it was at the quarter pole, when she came up to that Serengeti, you could tell Serengeti, she was battling, but this filly is just incredible. I've never trained a filly of this caliber going one turn. And today, that little, she had extra time to get ready for this. And after watching the Acorn, I thought she could win the Acorn. I thought she was doing well enough to win. I didn't know she was going to win by 20. The test was just a walk in the park. And the Oaks, I'm still down the road. I think she can mature, but right now she wasn't ready for that, and it was too much traveling for her. But today, one turn, she is just incredible. And I'm just happy for what she's gone through. I felt so bad for the filly, but Michael Lund, he's behind me. I explained to him the nonsense contamination stuff that was going on, and it sort of is. We didn't want to have to deal with it. It's a distraction, but. Today, I just wanted to show the world today was her day. When we drew the 2-hole, I told Mike, I don't know. I started leaking a little bit. She's got the 2-hole. And tell him what you told me.
2 is my lucky number.
So after that, it was like, okay, we're done.
And Mr. Peterson, so emotional after this win with Gamine, and just kind of take us through what she's meant. You've had so much success with Bob, more Spirit, other horses as well, but this Breeders' Cup win has to stand out.
No, not only does it stand out, but it's the first time I ever brought my whole family and we won a race. So I guess that's why I got so emotional, not only winning the Breeders' Cup, but just having all of us here was a great, great experience.
And, Bob had mentioned that, with a difficult, challenging year in so many ways, and so grateful for you and your family for all your support and sticking by him. But, the credentials of Bob Baffert speak for themselves.
No, but, it's all about the team. It's, Bob never wins anything without mentioning his team. And I'm part of his team, and we are proud to be here. And, of course, we support him.
And I want to take some questions from the press box, so they should be sending me down some questions for you. But so what is next for her? She's young, lightly raced. Bob?
You know what? I haven't really thought about there's a race at Santa Anita if I wanted to run into La Brea. But I don't know. We might give her a break, and like I said, I'd like to venture out and run her beyond 7/8 a mile. I mean, New York races are a mile and a 16th. One turn, we know what she can do one turn. And I really think as she gets older, she's going to mentally be able to handle something like that. And like today, she was perfect. I mean, she was great. She ran straight as a string and just really had it all together today. So I think as she gets older, she's going to be even better. And we're just going to have fun with her. And so we'll, I might just give her maybe a little break. And she's had some tough races this year, and we want to enjoy her next year. And we have, she's so much fun because we know when we lead her up there that she's just so brilliant.
And a question coming from the press box. After the two positives, can you be confident that a victory like this will erase any doubts about Gamine and her talents?
Well, I mean, they were hopefully, I think anybody that knows racing, I mean, the headlines don't sound well, but when you get to the facts, they were contamination. One was an overage, which we were trying to be extra careful. But, you know, now the testing has become so sensitive that we even have to be more careful and be really, I always thought I ran a tight ship. I have to run a tighter ship. You know, we run it like a barn, and we have to run it more like a hospital. And that's the new norm now. And so I'm going to do we're going to do a better job of not even, making sure, double check that nobody, their hands are clean, everything, tongue tied, everything. You know, we're in a new age now that, testing is very, and I'm all for sensitive testing, but I don't want to be thrown in with the bad actors. And it's unfortunate it happened to her. And it was nice to see Merneith win today. She was another victim of circumstances of contamination. And so, I'm just happy that the mare, she showed what a wonderful filly is. And there was no doubt today that how brilliant that was a tough field. I mean, Serengeti Empress, I mean, we know how she's a great filly, and all those, there was some really nice fillies in there. And to break a track record.
Well, as I was just going to say, the track record, and then watching, those fractions that were going up early with Serengeti Empress, were you at all concerned? Oh my goodness, this is a little quick.
You know what? I was talking to Michael during the race, and I was explaining to him we're in good shape. Once Johnny made Serengeti, we put the medal on. We're gonna make her run. He got her running. He got Serengeti, running, and then when he tipped out to the outside, that's when I told him, this is perfect. If she's the horse we think she is, she can do it. And not only did she do it, but she showed us more. I mean, just like when she won the Acorn, I thought, I was leaking a little bit. I said, I don't like the one hole, and he told me, Bob, last time you told me you don't like the inside, we won by 20. So I don't want to hear that nonsense.
And also, Mr. Peterson, I was listening to your post-race, their interview, and you said, normally you get very nervous, but for some reason, you weren't nervous today on the biggest stage.
I was nervous, but not the way I'm nervous the whole day. From when I wake up, and today I just had a good feeling. I can't tell you why, but I had a good feeling, especially when he tells me that we have the same horses we had in New York. That gives you a lot of confidence.
Well, congratulations. Very special to win a Breeders' Cup race, Bob. 16 Breeders' Cup wins for you, but your first in the filly and mare sprint, and with a filly obviously so special to you.
Oh, it is my first, and I can't even remember that. Well, how about that? See, the first, you got him. You got my first.
Hey, I'm happy for you.
Oh.
Well, enjoy, and congratulations on Gamine. Very impressive in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint.
Us.
Thank you. Okay.
On the champion stars.
Now you get the champagne.
Now I got to wait all day. I got to wait all day long.
Well, your day's been pretty
Well, I
good
know
so
one thing.
far.
They're all been training like her, so I feel good.
All right, congratulations, Bob.
Kevin, yeah, can I take this off?
You may. And have some water.
It's warm out there now.
Yeah. And
Something
Terry?
a bit, yes, something a bit stronger a bit later.
Right.
Well, you certainly earned it. All right, we're now joined by our winners of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, won by Glass Slippers. Incredible race from her. Kevin Ryan, I will get to you first on this, trainer. Your first Breeders' Cup win, but quite a record in the Breeders' Cup already, only 2 starters. But just tell us a little bit about Glass Slippers. She's so well traveled. Is that why you picked this spot out for her?
Yeah, look, it's been a funny year for us, but we sort of you plan her races out. She's a filly that improves as the season goes on. You know, when she won it in Ireland, we sort of made the plan then to come here and to give her the time. We weren't tempted to go to Ascot for Champions Day, and so let's have a crack at the Breeders' Cup. And being 5.5 furlongs, like we both agreed that that extra half furlong would be massive for her, you know. And she travels so well. I know she's only been to France, and but she seems to thrive when she goes away. She's run at difficult tracks like Goodwood, and then she's won a track like Chester, so she goes around the bend well. Everyone was fearful of the bend, which didn't worry me whatsoever.
So many things that she can do that gave you the confidence to be able to handle this very full field today. And take us through the ride. Tom Eaves, what an incredible ride in that field.
Well, I think Tom had a word with Ryan Moore, and he's sensible enough to know if you're going to speak to someone, speak to the man that's been here, done it on several occasions. And Ryan sort of told him to, if they were going quick early, and you know, you had to take your time in her to go the shortest route. And you know, thanks for Ryan for doing that for us.
And Mr. Holcroft, Terry, owner and breeder of Glass Slippers, and that must be extra special, especially at the Breeders' Cup. So just kind of tell us, you've been in this business for 40 years and now a filly like Glass Slippers.
I think it's she's the best one that we've bred, and I think we were very lucky to have her, very lucky to keep her, and not to have sold her. But I'd like to thank Kevin and all his team and Tom for all the hard work he's put in with this filly. I mean, he's put an incredible amount of time and detail into training this filly, and we've had a program for her for the whole season, and we've not budged from that program, and thankfully, thank God, it's worked out for us.
And you mentioned that with the challenges of this year, being unable to travel to some of her other races this year, and then the decision to be able to come here to the Breeders' Cup.
Yes, well, it was a marvellous opportunity, and we won a qualifying race in Ireland, the Group 1 in Ireland, which I was very pleased about, because we just missed it on the Abbey for the second time. We just didn't quite make it there. Just finished second. So we've been wanting to go racing most of the time. So one of the reasons we've decided to keep her in training next season, providing she stays well and sound, and hopefully things in the UK might change, and we'll be able to go and enjoy watching her run.
That was going to be my next question about keeping her in training next season, so that's great for everybody. What about a repeat performance possibly at Del Mar, Kevin?
Yeah, look, it's you know, in fairness to Terry, the race in Ireland, he was very keen for her to go there, and I would have probably gone to the Nunthorpe. Well, I would have gone to the Nunthorpe, and Terry said he wanted to go there, and he was vindicated by the performance, and it's probably led us to this. So well done, Terry, there. I do listen now and again. Yeah, look, it's obviously, why not? Next year it's great, and thanks to Terry and Margaret, that they're going to keep her in training, and it's great that a filly of her class and is not going away to stud very early, and we don't get a lot of time with these horses, and I'm very thankful that I've got another year with her, and of course, if everything goes right, we'd love to come back.
Well, yeah, it's always good to have these superstars stick around. I'm going to get some questions sent down from the press box. And at this time, Mr. Holcroft, if you'd like, I'll let you go ahead and go, and you can get some champagne. We'll bring in jockey Tom Eves.
Thank you.
I know you said you wanted something else a little stronger than the
I
water
do.
after this.
I do. Thank you.
Tom, come ahead. Okay, for you, Kevin, from the press box. Well, actually, this one was actually for the owner originally about not having sold, but you know, when you get a filly like this, you know, making those decisions of where to go with her in racing, but she seems to make it quite easy for you with her ability to travel well.
Yeah, look, she's a brilliant temperament, and she doesn't worry about things. So when she does travel, she straight away she gets into her water, she gets on her food, and so you have no worries that way. This is a lot further to come, but as soon as I seen her down the barn, I knew straight away the travelling to take nothing out of her. And each morning as she's been getting on the track, she's just been getting stronger every morning, wanting to do a bit more. So she gave us all the right vibes.
And now joined by jockey Tom Eves. Tom, congratulations, and just a beautiful performance by her, but a fantastic ride. Take us through this very short race.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin and the owners give me loads of confidence beforehand, no pressure on. I spoke to Ryan before the race, someone I have a lot of respect for, and he sort of went through the race with me and said if he was going, he'd go down the inside and hope for a bit of luck. And I spoke to Kevin when he come out. He said, "Yeah, you do what you think." And when you can go out and ride like that, it's it's great, and thankfully it come off.
Yeah, it seemed like she made her way around there. I mean, this 14-horse field and going around a tight bend, as you mentioned, Kevin. But she just seemed to be able to be in all the right places for you at the right time. Is she just that easy to ride?
Yeah, I mean, she's shown us all the right vibes since we come here. Kevin knows his horses like the back of his hand. And I come off the track yesterday, and he said, "We're in business. I can't be any happier with her." So when someone like Kevin tells you that, it fills you with confidence. And we went around the track the last few mornings, and she went around the bend lovely, switched the leads and everything like that. So that little things like that just all come together, and we're very happy and say confident, but we're quietly confident that we'd run a big race, and thankfully she's won.
Well, she's taken you all on quite a few travels, but this must be extremely special for you, Tom, a Breeders' Cup win on this very special filly.
Yeah, and this man, absolute genius. He's brought her along all year, and her last two runs have been amazing. The Flying Five, the Abbey, and to bring her out here this time of year and to make a performance like that. I mean, the man's a genius. It was training performance, brilliant.
Well, Terry said that we'll look to see her next season as well. That must make you happy.
Thank you.
Congratulations to both of you. Very well done.
Thank you very
Congratulations
much.
on glass
Thanks very much.
slippers.
And thanks very much to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Now go enjoy and celebrate. Someone should be waiting for you out to take you. If not, I'm good, not as good as you, but.
Oh, goodness. So the filly mare turf is next, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. They asked me, are you in the next race? I said,
You gonna let somebody else win one then?
I forgot if.
Now, this is June Park. He
June Park,
represents
yes.
the Korean
He's their
Racing
American
Authority.
representative. Great guy.
Are they coming in? If not, we can. Do you want me to go ahead? Okay. All right. All right, well, somebody getting very familiar in here. Brad Cox, congratulations. The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Knicks go now. 6 Breeders' Cup wins for you, 3 so far during this year. This horse loves Keeneland. He now owns 2 track records here.
Yeah, it's amazing how this game is. I mean, this was never something that we even had on our target when we ran this horse a month ago or 5 weeks ago at Keeneland. That was just a preparation race for possibly the Clark Handicap or the Cigar Mile. He's obviously very impressive in the 3rd level allowance race and breaking the track record and doing it with ease. So I thought as long as he's doing well, we would, give him an opportunity here. If he could even get in, there was no certainty that he would even make the body. But very thankful for Breeders' Cup for allowing him to run, and he looks like he made the right decision. They made the right decision. He's a very nice horse.
Yeah, and he'd won the Keeneland Breeders' Futurity here as a 2-year-old, so obviously a real fondness for the track here. The fractions, I mean, we know the track is playing very fast, but was it always the intention to just let him go? It looks like this has become his style of running.
It was, and given how the track's, it's obviously very fast and seems like it's, speed's very, very good. It seems to be good on big days, and continuing to see more of that yesterday and today. So, that was the plan. I just told Joel to ask him to run out there, try to establish a position going into the first turn and clear off if possible. He didn't get a breather though. I mean, he had a very good horse breathing down his neck up around the turn and up the backside, and this race for this horse, it was just a very good setup. We have a short stretch here, and it just set up extremely well, very, very well for him.
And going the mile, the 2-turn mile here at Keeneland, that's a short run into there. So his new style of running running obviously aided that.
Yes, very much so. I mean, he obviously has speed. He's effective around 2 turns. He showed that as a 2-year-old here in the Breeders' Futurity and also in the Breeders' Cup at Churchill. I mean, he ran a huge race at Churchill, and he's a very classy animal, a very forward animal to train, and he's a very nice horse, and very proud of what he was able to step up and do today.
Now we're joined by June Park, the racing representative here for the Korean Racing Authority. And this horse now just a 4-year-old and a very light campaign this year. What are your thoughts first on his performance today here at Keeneland? Very impressive track record performance.
Yeah, there was a long layoff. After long layoff, he injured early this year, but he recovered very well, and we know he has a lot of talent, and he obviously loved the Keeneland. The Brad picked the right race, and then he won impressively. And then actually we didn't think about coming to the Breeders' Cup, but since Breeders' Cup is held at Keeneland, so we give a try. And of course, the Brad, he has a lot of confidence with the horse, and that's why we are here today.
And I'll ask for the press box to send down any questions for either Brad or for Mr. Park. But also, so Mr. Park, I know trying to develop the Korean sort of breeding program, racing program, you purchased this horse here at Keeneland. Is that always the plan, to kind of develop this horse into potentially a sire for Korea?
Yes, correct. And especially this kind of a horse, that's what we're looking for a breeding as a stallion prospect. And we also have a good genomic selection system, which is created by K-Nix team at the Korea Racing Authority. And that's why we're buying the colts at the United States. And then I believe this victory will make the Korea horse industry move forward, more globalized, and improve the Korean homebred as well.
So that being said, with only 2 starts this year as a 4-year-old, or 3 now, are the plans to let him go ahead and race next year as a 5-year-old, or has that been decided?
Well, yeah, we have to decide. We have to discuss more further with the bred and, of course, the Korea Racing Authority, and that might be another option.
Brad, I have a question for you from the press box. Did the demonstrated speed of the track yesterday, the way it played, influence his running style for today, the way you wanted the race to unfold for him?
Not really. Regardless, really how it played out, we think speed's his weapon. So we just wanted to establish a presence early on and try to clear off, just exactly like Joel was. Actually, not really clear off, but ask him to run out of there and be forwardly placed. So honestly, no, not. It didn't have really anything to do with how the track was playing. We just thought it gave us a better chance of winning the way the track was playing.
And you'd said he could be very headstrong to train, so is he better just to let him go?
Yeah, he's very, very strong. I mean, he's a horse that we do some different things with him. Like we normally don't breeze in rings. He breezes in rings. We try to break him off. We don't put him right on the rail. We try to keep him in the 4-5 path, just kind of let him gradually ease into his work. He's a very aggressive horse.
Now, with incredible, fantastic success of your stable, and I know you always give a lot of credit to your team, to your owners, everybody behind the scenes. With all this big success, will you be looking to expand? I know you like to be able to kind of keep your stable where you can always see all the horses all the time.
Yeah, obviously Kentucky's home base, and we've had a presence in New York the last 3 years, and obviously we travel south. But I think this part of the country is where we're going to totally be is our home base, I should say.
And Mr. Park, what about expanding Korean Racing Authority with more horses over here in America?
Of course. I mean, this year, due to the COVID-19, a little bit unusual circumstance, but we like to buy the more yearlings in the United States, and then we're hoping the same quality horse we can get in the future.
And the horse's name over in America,
Yeah.
everybody wants to call it Knicks Go.
Yeah.
But explain his name.
Yeah, and I told you a little bit at the beginning. This actually is a good. I like to give a good credit to the team who create K-Nix at the Korea Racing Authority. Of course, it's all teamwork, and whoever involved in Knicks Go, appreciate all their hard work.
Well, congratulations to both of you. Very impressive track record performance. He now owns 2 of those here at Keeneland, but winning the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully,
Yeah, good luck with the rest of them.
He's on fire.
like Lewis Hamilton coming in after Formula One.
Hey, I'm a Formula One fan.
Yeah. You further.
I love Formula One.
Do you like Lewis, or does he
No,
annoy you?
I am not a Lewis fan.
No.
He annoys me.
We all hate him,
Thank
but
you.
He's the best driver.
He is.
He has the best car.
He has the best car. It's like,
He's very
being on
annoying.
a good horse, but
Very annoying.
he is annoying. I will agree.
Because the Dutch kids.
Yeah, they're bringing some
Somebody
napkins.
there,
Yeah,
somebody's
they're gonna
gonna
grab some napkins, have some water, have a seat. Wow. Exciting.
Has Alison been in touch?
Yeah, have you talked to the owner yet?
Sorry?
Have you spoke to the owner yet? No.
She will be going completely dilally, won't she?
Any napkins, anybody?
Oh, well done. Thank you very much. It's really good of you.
Very welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
We'll go ahead and get
Cheers,
some.
everyone.
Okay, we'll let you.
We are good whenever you're ready, and somebody will be bringing napkins.
Okay. Well, congratulations to our Odaria on her win in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. 1 mile and 3/16. That was a track record today on the course here at Keeneland, another course record. So congratulations. James Fanshawe, Jacko Fanshawe. And unfortunately, Alison Swinburne could not make it, the owner of, but what an incredible performance by her today. James, just take us through kind of the trip getting here. What went behind the decision to bring her to the Breeders' Cup?
Well, we just took it step by step when she started winning. She's always looked good, and we couldn't sort of get the sort of true key to her. And then we sort of, she's quite strong in her races, and we sort of taken her back to 1 mile. But since we stepped her up to 1 mile and a quarter, and the sort of summer as well, she's improved, and she won a little race at Newcastle, which is a really good track up the north of England, and a little tiny race, a little handicap. And then she went to Deauville for a Grade 1 fillies for 4-year-olds and upwards, and she won that, the Prix Louis Romanet, which has been a lucky race for us. And then after that, well, we thought, right, we've won a Group 1, we have to space things properly and try and sort of give her a proper campaign. And she went back for the Prix de l'Opera, where she ran very well, but she was slightly undone by the lack of pace. You know, there was no pace, and she was a bit strong there second, and then she got beaten by Zakava, who runs later on this afternoon. So whether that's a tip in itself, I don't know. But and then after that, it's 6 weeks till the Breeders' Cup, so the spacing is perfect. I've never had a runner before. Alison was very keen to go, so here we are.
Well, and now you're undefeated in the Breeders' Cup.
Yes, yeah. Well, yeah.
And with her, it seemed like from looking at her form that maybe she preferred kind of soft or heavier ground. Were there ever any concerns about possibly being firmer turf here in the States?
It was, but before she ran in Deauville, we were concerned about the very soft ground. But you can see now, she's a very good mover, and she's a very good mover, and I think she goes on any ground. But the Deauville race is a 4-year-olds upwards fillies, so that was sort of a nice Group 1, and she handled the ground really well.
Very popular over here.
You know, she's a good mover, so I think she handles any ground. Easy to say in hindsight.
Will she stay in training next year? Do you know that yet?
The plan was before this to stay in training, because you know she loves her racing, and you know, she loves the racing, and she's a filly with scope. She's got better as she's got older, so provided she's in one piece, I'm hopeful she will stay in training. But it's, you know, when you've got that on your CV, it's quite a thing to sort of progress from. But you know, if she does stay in training, this would be a lovely target to aim for next year.
Next year at Del Mar. And Jacko, I wanted to ask you, this question came down from the press box. Have the colors that she runs in been inherited by Alison from Peter Harris? Are they the same colors as Charles Engelhard?
No.
Explain. Not the same, but
Well, they were Peter Harris's colours, who's Alison's father. But they're very similar, but I don't know if they were the actual same as Charles Engelhard.
Yeah, well, Peter had a couple of
Nijinsky,
runs
I
here.
remember.
He had a couple of runs here before, but
so I have another question from the press box for as far as your instructions to Pierre Charles, who was getting aboard her for the first time. What was the importance to get her inside? Was that to get her covered up so she wouldn't be as keen?
I said to Pierre Charles, she might be keen, and to get a bit of cover, but don't take her out of the race. And I try to keep it really simple. And the fellow who rides her every day, Geoffroy de la Sayette, he's French. So I think they had a chat between them. They sorted it out between them rather than me interfering too much. So he rides her every day, and they worked it out between them. And how he got over from the 11 draw to 1 was incredible, because he got there by the first bend and got a good position. He hadn't sort of completely lost his position either. It was a wonderful ride.
Yeah, and a first Breeders' Cup win for him as well, and picking up the ride on her, obviously. And Jacko, as far as Mrs. Swinburne, Allison, can you just tell us a little bit about your all's relationship with the owner?
Well, Alison has had horses with us for about 7 or 8 years now, and she's a great supporter of racing. She loves to celebrate her wins, and she will be celebrating hugely at home today. But I mean, she's obviously very sad that she can't be here today. But she's a very good horse person herself. She understands horses. She knows what it takes to get a horse to here, and she knows it's not easy. So she will be absolutely thrilled.
And for you, James, you were working with Sir Michael Stout.
I was. Yeah, that was my only other Breeders' Cup trip, and that was before you were born. So that was back in '86. We came over to San Trinito with Sonic Lady and Milligram, but and you know, we picked up a few things. And actually, I went and saw Sir Michael, and just to refresh myself, are we missing anything? Are we missing anything? Before I came over, but I went and had a chat with him about what we should be doing, what we should in the preparation coming up into the race, and he was very helpful.
Yeah,
he
fantastic
might not have
wealth
been,
of knowledge.
But he might not have been if he'd had another runner himself.
That might have been a little more difficult. Anything else to just say about this filly? You know, it looked like at the start of this year, it kind of took her a while to find her way, to find her stride, to get in those last 3 races where she really showed that a performance like today could happen.
Well, you know, she's not an easy filly. No, she's a big filly, but she does hang on. And I think we should give a bit of credit to Daniel Muscat, who rode her in early races, and he got her to settle and race properly, because, you know, she could have been, you know, she could have been too strong. You know, she takes it, and he helps her work out her distance and how to ride her and everything, and to get her relaxed a bit better. So you know, she's very special, and we're very lucky to have her.
Well, congratulations to both of you and to Allison on her win here today, course record performance and a first Breeders' Cup win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Right.
Oh, thank you.
Now you get to go celebrate.
Do you want these, James?
I still can't believe it. Thank you very much for the Coke and the...
Oh, you're very welcome.
Oh, goodness, let's hope we're back doing this next year.
Absolutely.
Right, we better speak to Alison.
I'm sorry about my telephone. I don't know.
That's all right. Hey, that's what it's all about. a seat, grab some water.
Take this one off, buddy.
Oh, I can take it off now?
Yeah, in here.
And it's not good for me to be breathing like that.
I know.
I mean, it gets hard. Especially when you go up long hill to get here. Do I have to have this on now?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'll never steer you the wrong way, bro.
You have to ask one favor, though.
Okay.
You can hold up that saddle towel during the, so we can, when we're ready to begin, it'd be great.
Oh, beautiful.
Just hold it up so everybody can see it. We're ready to roll. We're ready to roll. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Ralph.
Well, there you see it. Whitmore, dirty saddle towel, all the way to victory in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Congratulations. Saul, all your partners, Bob LaPenta, unable to be here today. Ron, trainer, but also owner on this horse. And Ron, I'm going to start with you first. Just such an emotional victory with this horse. 7 years old, 4 Breeders' Cup attempts, and third, second, and now the ultimate victory today.
We're very proud. You know, we give credit to the horse. I mean, I take care of a lot of horses, and none of them are as fast as Whitmore. So I can tell you that the horse does matter. We do everything we can do to try to get the most out of him and to make his job easier to perform well. But we're so grateful that the horse found us.
What has made him able to stay, at this level for such a long period of time?
It's easy. Well, I joke around, but if I don't have owners that believe in me and have priority in the horse first, it don't work. I can tell you that if I call Bob LaPenta, who is a gem, I mean, he's awesome. Or if I call Saul and say, hey, I want to skip a race, I don't get oh man, I really wanted to, or are you sure we can't? I get whatever you think, and that matters. That's the difference between doing the right thing and doing what you know and doing what somebody else wants you to do. So we think for the horse, and my clients are just, they deserve all the credit for allowing me to do what I want to do, and that's just do best by him.
And Saul, you all kind of bought into this horse at Gelding, later on in his career. Obviously a testament to you and your partners how much racing really means to you.
Yeah, I mean, with this horse, it's all racing. We obviously liked like what we had seen. We had didn't have any horses with Ron, so it was a chance for us to get to know him and get into his barn. Since then, we've had a few others, and this is just an incredible win. I mean, you own lots of horses, but very rarely do you find one that is a fighter like this guy with so much heart, and all the credit goes to Ron and his team and to Whitmore, because he's just he's a warrior, and it was just amazing to see today.
He is a warrior. 38 starts. Ron, that just kind of goes back, gelding or not, to old school style of horse and horsemanship.
Well, we like to think that we do things the old school way, but we're also high tech. We do all the spas and all the vibrating plates and anything that we can do for therapy that makes his day better. I promise you, there's probably a young girl back at my barn that can't wait to do it. So he's got for a big old grumpy gelding, he's got a lot of girls wrapped around his finger.
He is a true fan favorite, and also a real family and house horse, and a family organization. Your team and Laura, your wife, who I remember meeting when you brought him to the Derby,
yeah.
And she's ridden him. And just tell us a little bit about the team behind Team Whitmore.
Well, we've got a groom that's been with him since he was 2, and whenever we brought him into the barn, we had to geld him because he liked to argue a lot, and he throws punches like Conor McGregor. I mean, he's like, he kicks, he does everything to try to bully you around. So keeping the same people is very important, and we've got the same therapy person, the same pony, the same everything, and we've allowed him to get his comfort. And we don't break his spirit and tell him that's bad or whatever. We just try to figure out a way to make his idea to want to do what we need to do.
And Saul, with this horse, so many good horses in your organization, but what makes him kind of special to you all?
Well, I think the fact that he's run as many times as you said. I mean, every time they run, you start to kind of build a closer relationship with the horses, and as you invest time, as an owner, really watching every race and getting ready for every race. he's I know how much he's meant to Ron and Laura and their barn, and that, that's really what it's all about. I mean, being part of horses like this that are so impactful in so many people's lives, I mean, it doesn't get much better. This is one of the first horses we owned with Bob LaPenta. Real close with his racing manager, John Panicott. They do a terrific job. And, has become really good friends with them and have bought a bunch of horses together with them since this horse, and most of it had to do with Whitmore. So brought a lot of people together. Again, truly a special talent and an unbelievable job by Ron.
And Ron, I have some questions from the press box for you.
All right.
This has been a challenging year, but 2 years ago, you were fighting for your life with autoimmune disease. And during that time period, you credited horses with the means of saving your life. And all accolades aside, what does Whitmore mean to that and to you at a personal level?
Oh, he's everything. He's, you get a horse like this, and all horses. I mean, we drive across the country all the time just to see horses, But a horse like this that tries and fights and gives you everything consistently, you want to be there to make sure. I'm not saying that in one of these bigger barns that he wouldn't have performed beautifully and done just as well, but I am saying that Whitmore in a big outfit may not have received the exact attention that he needed to get there. So I use that as motivation. If I'm not there to do my job, who's going to do it?
Well, that was great motivation for you, and certainly, for your health. And how are you?
I feel great.
Nothing
feel
like a
great.
win in a Breeders'
No,
Cup
it's-
race to
yeah.
help that too.
Yeah, I know. Right after the race, they come up and they want to do interviews, and for a little bit, for a guy that's lung compromised, I'm sitting over here trying to go, okay, first you catch your breath, and then you can talk, and then when you put these what I call life restrictors on me, then it makes it that much harder to get air through there. So it's good.
You mentioned in the initial interview, this is another question from the press box, someone who had recently passed. Can you clarify the name and elaborate on who that was and the relationship?
So I came from Arkansas. Geographically, it's not the spot to where you start a stable and you get a head start. There's somebody's kid right now that has decided that something else he didn't want to do or he wanted to do he wasn't good at. He's going to come back and give him more of a shot than we were. But there was a guy that believed in me. He saw me and he's like, the way you touch your horses, the way you talk about your horses, I want you. He stayed with me 21 years, through good times, through 9% years, through 22% years. And I give him a piece of this horse. Whenever a horse that we bought, a Malibu Moon Colt, turned out to have EPM and wasn't going to perform, I give him a piece of this horse before his first race. And he's ridden every race with me. And after the forego, I got a phone call from his wife, who we're friends with. Obviously, we're like family, but told me that he had passed away. And I was like, it's like losing a father. Someone that believed in you and was there no matter what. You get your ass whooped. He comes back and he goes, hey, we'll get him next time. Don't worry about it. Where other people would take their horses and leave, he stayed with me. So I'm very loyal. And I'm so happy that I did it for Saul, so happy that we did it for Bob, and I'm so happy that we did it for Mr. Fred.
Fred, what's Fred's name? Can you,
Edick.
Fred?
Fred Edick.
Edick.
Yeah. He owned a piece of a bunch of horses, but he was a dude. He was cool.
Well, apparently you had someone up there riding along with Whitmore
I
today.
guarantee you.
And then lastly, 7 years old, still going strong. Do we stay in training?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
We'll let him tell us.
I mean, I was brought up where I'm from, the border of Arkansas, Oklahoma. There's a quarter horse track called Blue Ribbon Downs, and to be the fastest in the world, you have to beat the fastest in the world. And today we're the fastest. Now there's others going to run faster times and going to get more accolades, but today, this is the fastest horse in the world, and I see no reason, as long as Whitmore wants to do it, I see no reason to do anything but what he wants to do.
Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't know you were there.
The way the track's been playing, and you had said with the Phoenix that it was a speed favoring track, and you were hoping it wouldn't be this go round. But were you all concerned going into this race, given that he is an avowed come from behind sprinter?
Yeah, I was, and it was all I could do to not say, screw it, let's just see what he'll do up front, you know. But, you know, it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, and I knew that some of the favorites in here were favorites because of things that went their way, and I thought maybe if things, you know, would go a little bit, maybe we could outrun the bias of the track, and that's the whole thing, is being able to outrun. And you know, hats off to Ired. I mean, getting on a horse that's 15-1 and having some country guy go, hey, we believe in this horse and just do this and don't worry about him kicking before he goes in the gates. That's a good thing. And don't worry about, you know, if he sees another horse and he tries to go to his right, he just wants to bite that horse. And me telling him all this shit, he's got to think that, look at me like I got two heads. But instead, he listens to me. He listened to my wife, who's my assistant gallop person. He listened to Greta. He let us all tell him. And then he went out there and he like applied it. And it's like when someone, you know, when someone sings the song the way you want, it just worked out. And thank God and thank Whitmore.
All right. Go enjoy. Congratulations,
Thank
Ron.
you.
Saul, congratulations.
I'm going to take this. Is that all right?
You may.
You gotta leave you gotta leave
Absolutely.
30 cents. $2 I ain't got it. You can prompt me, boss.
Ron. Excellent. Hi, how are you? Congratulations. Now you ride in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yes.
Mogul. Okay.
Okay, this is the other connections, unfortunately, are not here.
Yeah, no, Aiden's not here. What about, is anybody here to represent Coolmore?
No one, they didn't want to represent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're very fortunate. You ready? Well, quite the day for you, Pierre-Charles Boudot. Just incredible Breeders' Cup so far. A win earlier on the card with Audaria in the Breeders' Cup, Filly Mare Turf, and now this win aboard Order of Australia, the biggest price in the Breeders' Cup Mile ever. Just tell us how it came about for you to ride this horse, and what were you told heading into the race?
Yes, it's.
You can take your mask off if you want, yes.
It's just unbelievable. It's a dream come true for me. It's my first winner during the Breeders' Cup week with Audaria. I had an opportunity because Yoritz had a positive test COVID, and his trainer gave me this fabulous mare, and today she makes a perfect job. The draw was bad, but the trip has been perfect near to the rail, and after she did it well. She has been courageous today.
And let's talk about Order of Australia. He draws in with the defection of one master off the also eligibles. When did you know you were going to be riding this horse? Did Aiden contact you?
Yeah, a chance again, because one master is a non-runner, and Christophe Soumillon had a positive COVID test again, and I pick up this ride, and Aidan was very confident before the race, and he told me he is fast and he's a proper horse for the mile and the good ground, and he did it very well. I had take a good place just behind the pace, and he traveled very very nicely on the bridle. And when I asked him, he gave me a very nice turn of foot.
I will take some questions from the press box, send down some questions to me, but were you concerned with that outside draw, being on the far outside, and with that tight turn coming up so quickly out of the starting gate?
Yeah, but Aidan told me before the race, this horse need a positive ride, and he told me ride him just on the pace, forward and positive, and he's just fast just after the start, and I can take a very nice position.
And Aiden's horse is running 1, 2, 3 in the Breeders' Cup Mile. He finished second and third as well. So a big day in the Breeders' Cup Mile. But, this horse, if you looked at his form prior to this race, poor effort last time out, and really, nothing visibly on form that suggested, he was up to the caliber of these horses, but never to doubt Aiden O'Brien, the Coolmore connections, and a horse with this beautiful pedigree as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a surprise for some people, but I told you before, Aiden was very confident with him.
And confident, obviously, in your first rides here in the Breeders' Cup. So I've got a question from the press box. So you described earlier how you got the circumstances of getting on this horse, and that now having 2 Breeders' Cup winners. So do you have a agent or someone who communicates on your behalf to be able to pick up these kind of horses in this situation?
Yeah, exactly. I work with Hervé Nagar. He's my agent since 11 years, and he did a very nice job, and he's maybe one of the best or the best agent in the world.
And you're not done for the day. You'll be riding Mogul in the Breeders' Cup Turf coming up. Is there anything you've learned on these two rides over the turf course today that might help you with Mogul in the turf?
Mogul is a very nice horse. He won nicely last time at Longchamp, and I'm confident with him. But the race is very tough with Magical and Aga Khan's mare.
Anything you'd like to say to anybody else on about your success so far and your trip here to the Breeders' Cup?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and I hope a treble for this day.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Charles.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks. Good luck in the next one. Hope we're talking to you again. Congratulations with Order of Australia. What a big price, but 1, 2, 3 as well in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Just sort of tell us about Order of Australia and what made you think he was ready to step up to this big effort today.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Jill. We always felt we always felt that a mile on fast ground, flat track, was exactly what he wanted. He's always a horse who had an awful lot in his work and in his homework, and we felt that maybe we were running him too far. He had a very good run in the French Derby, and then this is kind of the first time that he really got conditions that we felt that he really wanted.
And then today with, obviously the scratch, and he draws in off the also eligible, and then you pick up the riding services of Pierre Charles. We just had him in here discussing his trip, and he said he had spoken to you prior to the race about how to ride this horse. Just explain kind of what you told him.
Yeah, no, so we went through the race with Pierre, gave him an unbelievable ride, Jill, really. We had discussed that Pierre was going to go forward, and he would probably be just behind the leaders. Maybe he might have Circus Maximus on his inside, and like he gave him an absolute brilliant ride, really. So I think it went exactly what the way Pierre was wanting it to go, Jill. But like I know, listen, it was brilliant, really, to watch.
Yeah, and 13 Breeders' Cup wins now for you, and then running 1, 2, 3, your other two horses as well. Fantastic efforts from them. This was the longest price ever in the Breeders' Cup Mile, Aidan.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, Jill. Yeah, but I suppose obviously Circus Maximus might have been our most fancied, and then Lupi Fernandez, and then this horse. I suppose nobody knew much about this horse coming back to this trip. He was never. This is the first time ever for him to race at this trip on a flat track with fast ground, really.
And then just tell us quickly, I think somebody mentioned that he was actually bred by your wife. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. And I'm rebred him, and he's a full brother, or he's a half brother to Arizetta that won the Breeders' Cup last year, and he has another half sister, a filly, Camelot filly that won very impressed by the Court this year, called Santa Barbara. So that they're her last three foals, that mare. So it's obviously I'm rebred him, so which is extra special, Jill.
Well, I know you all are not done yet with Magical coming up in the Breeders' Cup Turf, and just tell us a little bit quickly what we can expect from that.
Yeah, no, she seems to be in good form, so we're looking forward to seeing her run. She seems to have come out of that well, so hopefully she runs well, Jill.
And also, just reminding everybody listening there on the press conference that we do have Aidan on right now, so joining us late here. And Aidan, you know, long relationship, obviously, with these winning connections, Derek Smith, Mrs. John Magnier, Michael Tabor. You all have such success worldwide, and, you know, all the Breeders' Cup success and everywhere, but how much all these mean for your stable and your team. And we saw Pat Keating afterwards over here representing.
Yeah, so absolutely, Jill. Like, we're so delighted for Mr. and Mr. Magner, and Mr. Tabor, and Mr. Smith. They put so much in, day out, for us all. It keeps us all in employment, but they invest an awful lot of money all the way from breeding the horses, buying the mares, buying the yearlings, and like, it's such a big operation. Like, we're so appreciative of it, and we're just so delighted for them when it does come off. But they put a lot in all over the world, really, and like, for us, it's a real pleasure and privilege to be working for them.
Okay, before I let you go, we had some people that missed the first part of this on the press conference. Just quickly again describing the horse coming into this race and how you felt that this mile trip today would suit him very well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We always thought that this was we always felt that, like, as the season went on, we felt that this was his thing, a mile on fast ground, a flat track. He's a very strong traveller, and he quickens very well. It's the first time that he got the conditions that he really wanted, really. But he'd been working very well, and I suppose our biggest worry was that he wasn't going to get into the race, really.
Well, things worked out for the best for Order of Australia, and we wish you were over here, Aidan, celebrating with us, but congratulations to you, your entire team, and the connections of Order of Australia, and running 1, 2, 3 in the Breeders' Cup Mile, and best of luck coming up in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Thank you very much, Jill. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time, Aidan.
Thank you, Aidan. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Have a great evening. Congratulations. Best of luck.
For everyone out there, in order, if you can state names, so for press, they can know who's sitting where.
Sure. Stuart Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Saul Cumin.
Michael Dove.
Oh, I'll have to.
Do you have a regular seat here?
Thank you. Hold on.
I was not for 1 second. I can't believe how frightening that race was.
Yeah.
Could not have gone worse. I mean, like, besides the result.
Agreed.
Well,
How far outside?
here we are again. Monomoy girl. Oh, what an incredible performance in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Stuart Grant, Saul Kuman, Michael Dubb. Just what an incredible mare. And Stuart, I'll start with you first. This mare has taken you all on an incredible run, 2 Breeders' Cup Distaff victories now, and then today culminating in this race.
It is so exciting, and it's so exciting to do it with great partners. We've been together for a while. We've had a number of horses, but this one is the most special. The idea not only that she has all the Grade 1 wins and 2 Breeders' Cup and Eclipse Award, but she did it with an 18-month gap in between. You think about a professional athlete coming back from that kind of, period of being off. It's just unbelievable.
Well, that was a question that I had, and it also came from the press box as well. Was there ever a time or a question during that time period off and injuries and setbacks that you all thought, maybe we will go ahead and retire her now? Stuart?
I'm not sure that there couldn't have been. I mean, obviously she was a quality race mare at the time after she finished her 3-year-old year. And in your 4-year-old year, if you get hurt, most people, I think, would have just packed it in and said, we can breed her, we can sell her in November or whatever. But we all love to race, and it's we said, if there's a way, and Brad Cox said, here's what I think, and there was a whole team that put her back together again. But if it wasn't for the kind of guys that I'm partners with, Mike and Saul, we probably would have packed it in. So I'm very proud of them and very, very proud of Monomoy.
And Saul, that kind of leads into the next question. So she is scheduled to be sold tomorrow. She did miss a whole year of racing, so technically, not that many races really. Would there be consideration to pull her out of the sale or buy her back? What are the thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think we're going to enjoy it tonight, and I think this group of owners will jump on a phone call later tonight or tomorrow and try to come up with a game plan, and we'll just kind of figure it out. I mean, I think, at the end of the day, we're trying to be smart in the way we run our stable, and she's had an unbelievable career, and, we got to sort of think about what's best for her, and, we'll have to put our heads together and figure it out.
Yeah, Mike, talk a little bit about her career, because, to maintain this high-level Grade 1 status for her throughout her career, even with the break, she has just been a incredible performer. And today, to run a kind of different style off the pace.
Well, given her acquisition price, she was a $100,000 yearling. And her start in Indiana, she had a relatively obscure beginning. But sometimes it takes a little time for the light bulb to click on. And once it clicked on, that one race in her career that she was beaten a neck still was an incredibly impressive race. And we knew then and there that we had something special. So to maintain that level throughout her 3-year-old season, Oaks, Breeders' Cup, and then come back in her 5-year-old season and do what she's done at 4 different racetracks is just unbelievable. This is what the really, really special mares are all about.
And a special team behind her, including, we talked a little bit yesterday, Liz Crow, Bradley Weisbord, who managed this filly, and then the team of Brad Cox as well. So, Saul, if you can just kind of tell us a little bit about the people behind Monomoy Girl.
Sure. I mean, it starts with Liz Crow. She was like the first order she had when she went on her own, the first ticket she signed. So obviously, pretty special to be able to be this successful that quickly. And you've seen her, her star rise over the last few years. Buying 3 unproven horses to win Breeders' Cup races 3 years in a row with British Idiom and obviously in Pearl yesterday. So spectacular. After Liz bought the horse, she had really introduced us to Brad Cox, and at that point Brad was on his way up and had not won a Grade 1 yet, And if you look around this weekend, you can see, he's just tied the record for most Grade 1 wins at the Breeders' Cup, or most Breeders' Cup wins, I should say. So, we've been lucky enough to, be part of his rise, and, he's really, been the key. I mean, Liz obviously gets a ton of credit for picking the horse out, but, Brad Cox has been the master. Knowing when to push, knowing when to step back, managing her career. And, he said to us before, her Grade 1 win, whatever it was, 6 or 7 weeks ago, if I can get her back to winning a Grade 1, this will be my biggest accomplishment as a trainer. And, it's obviously an incredibly important horse in his career. So, really just happy to be part of it.
And Stuart, you mentioned partners, and the industry has kind of changed so much over the years to bring a lot of more partners into it. And what does that mean, not only for you all as a partnership, but in this industry to get so many more people interested in what we all know and love?
Well, that's one of the special things about a mare like Monomoy Girl. First of all, she was purchased at a price point that was mentioned where regular folks can get in. But the other nice thing is she's built such a following that people have just love that mare. And so it's not just our partnership, but it's this extended group that just has gotten so much joy out of her. And I think the other thing that really gave us, the ownership team, a lot of joy is not only did Monomoy Girl make her own career, but launched the career of Liz, launched the career of Brad. Really, Flo was great, but really, established him also. And so she has just given so much to all of us, so much joy, and really launched so many careers that she is just an extraordinary once-in-a-lifetime horse.
Well, on that, I'll let you celebrate, and we will all be holding our breath and hoping for a decision to see this incredible mare back on the racetrack. But certainly she has blessed us all and you all as well with her performances to date. So congratulations again on Monomoy Girl. 2 wins in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Champagne.
Woo, wow.
Champagne.
Well, lucky to be joined here by trainer Brad Cox. Brad, Monomoy girl. We had your owners in here earlier. 2 wins in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Incredible Breeders' Cup for you. But the question I know you've been asked a million times, but I'm going to have to lead with it. What has she meant to your career and your stable?
I mean, she's meant so much, and I think honestly she's responsible for all these Breeders' Cup victories. She's played a role in them. You know, us being able to, acquire the horses or pick up the horses one way or another. So, you know, she's the one that I think showed the nation that we could play at the Grade 1 level. She was our first Grade 1 winner here in the Ashland in 2018, and she's just done so much for so many different people's career, along with Liz Kroll and several other people, Paul Sharp, myself, obviously, and just very fortunate and thankful to that she's came along, and she's a champion. She means a lot to us.
Let's talk a little bit about the way the race set up, because the way the track's been playing, very speed favoring, and she was sort of further back than she's usually in her races. What were your thoughts during that point?
You know, honestly, I thought that was her trip. Once again, going back to the Oaks, she was 14 of 14 in the Oaks in 18, and then Breeders' Cup, she was an 11 of 11 in the Distaff in 18. So I was okay with the post, but I realized that we were going to give up some ground. But, you know, going back, and when you look at a lot of her races, that's her trip. Laying, 2-3 wide at the 3/8 pole, kind of galloping up to them. Honestly, didn't think she went up to the leaders quite as easy today as she had in the past, like, say, in the La Troyenne or the Ruffian, or some of her races as a 3-year-old. So I was a touch concerned, because I thought Florent was maybe having to get into her just a little bit earlier than normal, but she really stayed on well. But, overall, I thought it went as planned as far as the setup. And once again, I did figure we were probably going to give up some ground, and we did. And she overcame it. That's what good horses do.
And her career, not necessarily as planned, missing 18 months, a whole season or a whole year long of racing. So I posed the question to the owners in here about she is scheduled to be sold tomorrow. Since she missed that time, how about maybe bringing her back for another season of racing?
Yeah, the way I look at it is, this is her 4-year-old season. So, sometimes we race mares at 5 and 6. And this ownership group is obviously racing Uni throughout 2020. So, I think those guys are going to take a strong look. I mean, obviously we got to, they have to make a decision before tomorrow evening on what exactly will happen. She's going to leave our barn here at Keeneland tomorrow at 6 a.m. and head over to Fasig-Tipton. It's up to those guys, and I know they'll make the right decision. They have the whole time with her. We're very fortunate. Racing fans, myself, racing in general throughout the world, that they made the right decision on bringing her back, and the racing fans got to enjoy her once again.
Well, you're making all the right decisions. 4 Breeders' Cup wins over these 2 days. That ties Richard Mandela for one day, the 4 wins that he had, but just with those kind of names that your name mentioned in now.
I mean, I look up to guys like that. I can remember, watching on TV when he won those 4 races, and, credit to him, there wasn't as many races then, and it was all one day. So, I mean, that was an amazing feat. But, we'll take 4 wins in 2 days, and very proud of our team that we have in place. Like I said, I've said it several times, and I'll continue to say it. I mean, everyone works extremely well together, and it's one big team that's a competitive group of guys that work hard, and it's long grueling hours and long days, and that's what you got to have. And obviously the owners have give us a tremendous amount of horses and talent and horse flesh to work with, and that's that's what you got to have. You got to surround yourself with good people, from help and ownership as well.
Well, congratulations on such incredible Breeders' Cup success and another fantastic year. More to come, I know. And now you can take a deep breath and finally enjoy all these victories.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it.
Right, thanks for
Joe.
your time.
Thank you very much.
Are you living in Virginia now full time? Yeah. But I still own a house. I still own a house in Louisville in the Highlands. got water, and you're welcome to take your mask off up there.
We got a new water up there all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, what about Mark? Okay, yeah, see if they can maybe find him. Okay, ready? All right, well, we just saw the Breeders' Cup Turf and a victory by Tarnawa, the filly, and now joined here by Colin Keene, jockey. And Colin, you've won Irish championships, but you've never ridden Tarnawa before. That's kind of been the theme of this Breeders' Cup, with riders ending up on horses they hadn't ridden. What did you find out about her, or who kind of talked to you about how to ride her, or what some of her quirks are in racing?
Obviously, I spoke to her Irish jockey, or Mr. Wells, retained rider in Ireland, Oisin Orr, and he filled me with plenty of confidence. He said she had done one of her best pieces all year, was her last piece before she came out here, that she was very straightforward. And then talking to Mr. Well and Mark and Chris, they've done work with her on the stalls because she has a tendency sometimes to be slow, and they worked on that when they got her out here. And as regards of the race, he said we could be on the phone for half an hour trying to make a plan, but it mightn't go to plan. So he kind of left it up to me, as the main aim was to try and get her out as well as possible and kind of go from there. And we got following the right horses, or they brought us to where we needed to be before we turned in. And my filly, she quickened up very smartly and galloped the whole way to the line.
I was listening to Mark Well, Dermot's son, his interview, and he said that when you get her outside, she takes off like she's on a jetway, and that was kind of the instructions, is to cover her up, and then even at the risk of maybe losing a little ground, but to get her outside.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Well, he said, yeah, I'd rather you be on the outside or the inside, but not in between them. So no, we got a pitch in behind Frankie, too wide the whole way, or one off it, as you'd like to say. And when we turned in, she quickened up very smartly.
And you've won Irish championships, so many big international races, but to win a Breeders' Cup, your first Breeders' Cup race here today at Keeneland, what does that mean?
Oh, it's stuff, yeah, as I say, being champion jockey back in Ireland is things you dream of, and then coming to the big international stage out here, it's dreams come true. Obviously, we were a little bit disappointed with Siskin, so we were a bit of a bad taste left in our mouth, but thankfully this one has sweetened us back up.
Well, it turned out a perfect trip, and now we are joined by Mark Weld. Mark, congratulations. We're just talking to Colin about having not ridden this filly before. It's been kind of the theme of this Breeders' Cup with riders, but champion jockey. And what were the instructions? And he kind of mentioned about getting her outside when it was time to go.
Look, it's thrilling to win this race. It doesn't really get any bigger. It's been a long time since 1990 when my father first won the Belmont with Go and Go, and has kept going, thank God, since. This filly, we've been on an incredible journey with her this year. This is the third of 3 Grade 1s that she's won, 2 in France, and now the Breeders' Cup Turf. You know, it's just, it's what dreams are made of. Look, instructions-wise, we left it to Colin. He's not champion jockey of Ireland for nothing. He took over from the late great Pat Smullen, who we miss terribly here today, and I really must mention him. I also must mention Christophe, who has done so brilliantly on her in Paris as well. Please God, there'll be another day. And you know, it's just, it's very special.
And open it up to the press box if they want to send down any questions, but also for your father. To be his first Breeders' Cup win, obviously disappointing he can't be here, but that really must be special. He's such a legend in this industry and such a supporter of international racing.
He's been coming to the US since he was a small boy. He worked here on the backstretch of Belmont as a vet. He has some of his best friends, you know, Irish Americans and American people. They're both here in Kentucky and all over. You know, America every year always features on our program. You know, from no matter what, if we have one good enough to come here, and they only come if they're good enough. You know, on all the different racetracks up down the East Coast over to the West Coast, you know, it's been, as I said, from Go and Go to Dress to Thrill, right the way through, all the way to Tarnawa today. It's wonderful.
And let's talk a little bit more about her. Fillies have had success, obviously, in this race, but coming out of those 2 races at Longchamp, was this always the plan to point for this race here today?
Yes, it was. It's been a progression. She started off winning a Grade 3 this year in Cork for the 2nd year in succession. Ironically, the Cayenne Pepper, who's a very, very talented filly of Mrs. Harrington's, who ran 4th earlier on, and she's had a great progression since as well, and she beat Cayenne Pepper that day. Also, James Fanshaw's filly, who won the
Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf.
Filly Mare and Turf. The form is rock solid. Those fillies are all locked in there, and luckily and thankfully, we have come out number 1 each time they've met. She's just been a very progressive filly, a filly that wins 3 Grade 1s like that. She's travelled by land, by sea, and by air.
By sea?
By
Tell us
sea.
about that.
Well, she's come home from France on each occasion. She's come home on the ferry. So she's flown over, but just with the way things are at the moment in Europe and travel and transport, it wasn't practical to come home on the plane. So what I'm trying to say is she's tough. She's tough. She's gutsy. She's honest. She's tough.
She's certainly,
and she's good.
Yeah, very good. She certainly proved that today with a win here in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Any plans for her for next year that you're aware of yet?
Look, today was the culmination of the year's work. Her whole year, as indeed a lot of my father's horses' year now, the first half of the year he puts to one side. He trains them for the fall. He trains them for the big international meets, starting with Irish champions, going through the Arc weekend, British champions, if it lies well, coming here for the Breeders' Cup, please God. It's the second half of the year in Europe now where it's become such a feature with these big international meets now in Europe in the second part, particularly in the fall, September, October.
And Colin wearing those very famous silks of His Highness the Aga Khan. Very special always to see those, but in your first Breeders' Cup victory.
Exactly, it's brilliant, and just to fall in for Despair was very grateful to get it, and for her to go and win now was just a dream come true.
Well, congratulations.
You've got a hard act to follow now, because you start off in a Breeders' Cup Turf. How do you top that?
You have set the bar very high. You all have with this incredible, remarkable filly, Tarnawa. So congratulations to you, to your father,
Thank you so much.
Dermot Weld, and as well to His Highness the Aga Khan and Colin.
Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Right. Clear. Thank you all so much
Thanks
for your
very much.
time, and congratulations.
Cheers.
Absolutely. I'm Jill Byrne.
Hey, Jill.
Congratulations.
I recognized you.
Let me get your name for the, we'll be going out to the press, so.
Okay, my name's Eric.
Everybody as socially distanced as possible.
Sure, right.
But what? All right, we'll get started here with the press conference following the Breeders' Cup Classic win by Authentic. I have Eric Gustafson, the president of Spendthrift, and Michael Behrens, myracehorse.com. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Was there enough room in the winner's circle for this incredible partnership?
No, there wasn't. Hey, speaking of partnerships, Jill, I feel bad. When I was giving my speech, my thoughts after the race with Brittany, I have neglected to mention Starlight and Matiquette, two of our amazing partners, and I hope Jack and Saul will forgive me, but that was a goof on my part, and I feel really bad.
I'm sure with a victory like this, they can quickly forgive that and the excitement afterwards. So let's talk a little bit about the ownership and the partnership of this horse, Authentic. You know, the Kentucky Derby, now the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Eric, I'll let you go first, representing Spendthrift. Just talk a little bit about what this ride's been like.
Oh man, it's such, you know, such an unbelievably surreal year. To say that it's that the horse has brought us a lot of light and excitement and distraction is an understatement. To have the the off-date Kentucky Derby and then the back to normal Breeders' Cup, and to be able to win those both in 1 year and with a 3-year-old, man, it's too much.
Now, being a 3-year-old, and are there plans right now to keep him in training and race him next year?
The plan is we're going to get together with the team. I would say tomorrow, but probably starting tonight. Tomorrow we have to make some decisions. We have to go over all the implications, talk this out, and make plans for the future. But for tonight, we're just going to enjoy.
Okay, well, definitely enjoy indeed. And Michael, what a ride for myracehorse.com. Just talk a little bit about how all this came about and your initial investment into racing and then Authentic.
Yeah, well, quite the ride. It's been an amazing ride. I could never have even imagined that it would end like this. This is the pinnacle of racing, and when we set out to do this a couple of years ago, the idea was to celebrate this sport with as many people as possible, and to have 5,314 people have an ownership stake in Authentic, I couldn't have asked for anything better. And the partnership with Spendthrift and Eric and Mr. Hughes, it's been tremendous to give us this opportunity, and I really can't believe this happened. I love racing, and I wanted more and more people to be able to experience this, and to have this happen, I don't know, it's crazy.
Well, over 5,300 more people, including everybody else in the partnership. And as you mentioned, Eric, such a challenging year, both of you, this question, to do something like this in horse racing, horse racing has been the sport that's been able to stay constant throughout the year, and what has that meant first to you, Michael, with all these new investors and partners in horse racing?
Yeah, racing has been an amazing distraction for everything that's going on, for so many people going through so many hardships of what we deal with the pandemic, and I've loved the fact that we're able to bring some joy. Racing was able to continue, was able to thrive and do so well, and to have so many people be able to have this distraction is super important. This is a great form of entertainment, it's a great sport, and I'm so glad that we could be a part of, just helping people through this difficult time.
And Eric, Mr. Hughes, been such a supporter of the industry and had so many good horses in Spendthrift Farm. So What does this mean to Spendthrift and for Mr. Hughes with Authentic?
This is like a pinnacle. I mean, we like to keep it going. Don't get me wrong, but for Wayne, who's given so much to the game over the years, he's been in racing for 50 years. He bought Spendthrift in 2004 and made it into a business, and now to with a lot of help from Johnny V and Bob, who are in the room here, to realize this dream that you know, sometimes it feels like you can only dream it. It's really not quite attainable, which is what makes it like so sweet. It's unbelievable. But for Wayne, it's everything for us, for the team at Spendthrift. That's the best part, that Wayne has reached the top of the mountain here, and we get to celebrate with him.
Well, congratulations to you all and all the partners on Authentic. I'll now bring in trainer Bob Baffert and John Velazquez, jockey. Thank you all, and go celebrate.
All right, Michael. Oh, you like that, huh? Feels good?
Feels good.
That's why we work 7 days a week.
Unbelievable.
Okay, who's
All right.
cold water there? Yeah.
Yep, have your
That's
own
a
water.
cold water. I didn't get a cold one.
Me neither.
All right, gentlemen, congratulations. Bob, I'll start with you. Now, 4 Breeders' Cup Classic wins, 17 Breeders' Cup wins. Authentic, coming really on kind of a short turnaround compared to your other Breeders' Cup Classic runners and winners. How did you make any adjustments with him after the Preakness?
Well, we got him back to the Preakness, and actually there was 2 races where he came back where he was really blowing hard. It was Santa Anita Derby and the Preakness. So, you know, that means he probably, maybe I didn't have him as sharp as I was, and he just, you know, he struggled that day. But we got him back, and I've got a great team, and we just tightened the screws on them. And, you know, coming in, they were all 3 of them were working really well. Him and Improbable, but Authentic, you know, he's just mature. He's maturing right now, and I've won it with 3-year-olds, and because this is when the time of the year they catch up. But for some reason, I was sort of surprised at the tote board that he was 5-1. I go, this guy won the Kentucky Derby, and you know, it's not like he ran a horrible race in the Preakness, but. It was a tough field, but I just, you know, I told Johnny, I said, this is the horse you're riding this week is the horse that you rode in the Derby. You can ride him with confidence, you can be aggressive, you can do what you want, and he's just a really top horse. I mean, he's a horse that he's getting better. He's getting better, and so, you know, and I'm just happy. The most important thing, myracehorse.com has been such a boost for horse racing because we're getting so many owners involved, all my friends, family, they bought shares. It's something to get the word out. And Wayne Hughes, you know, is behind this, and Michael Behrens, but this my horse racing, we got, you know, Walker Bueller, he was here today, and he just, you know, he felt that feeling, and people can get involved in these horses at a very minuscule amount and have that feeling that we have that's so hard to achieve. I mean, the excitement, and so I have to give my hat off to coming up with that idea, that myracehorse.com.
Especially in a year like this, it's been a great way for people to have a distraction in racing. And Johnny, this horse, Kentucky Derby win, and then back on him in the Preakness. So 2 rides before this. With the way the track was playing today, was this the plan? Just let him get out there and they just have to catch him?
Absolutely. You know, we talked about it. We know the track was playing pretty decent, you know, for horses, and it wasn't a lot of speed on the race either. So we talked about it and try to take advantage of it. You know, try to put him in the lead, get to the rail, and let him come and get him. You know, and I think he did everything that I want him to do. He would concentrate throughout the whole racetrack, and when I asked him to do something, he was there instantly, and I'm very proud and thankful to Bob, who kept me alive here. The whole owners, everyone who
give me the opportunity to, for me to ride this horse and believe it on me. I'm only getting older, and it's just, I think I appreciate now. I know I appreciate it more now, and chasing this race for a long time. He said it's my first time I win it, so it's a gift from God and from Bob.
Yeah, first.
I do my best work with older riders.
Yeah,
Veterans. You're a
Thank you very
veteran.
much.
You're not old.
Thank you very
You're a
much.
veteran.
Yes, the word veteran. Were you surprised, though, that you had really nobody breathing down your neck, that you were having really such an easy lead out there by yourself?
I'm going back to the same thing. Looking at, I didn't think it was that much speed in the race, other than the other horse that the Bob had on the outside of me, and I thought we were going to be quicker than him anyway, though. And once we got him running, and I passed the wire for the first time, it was pretty easy from there. Yeah.
Well, very.
I don't even know what the fractions were because the board was what I was looking at. Does
Yeah,
anybody
no,
have the
I
fractions?
have the fractions.
I saw 17 pop up there all the way around
Yeah,
there.
definitely did not go the first quarter in 17. Fast, but not that fast. Bob, I've got some questions from the press box for you. It said that this horse yesterday in training had run off yesterday morning, and was there any concern with the way he was so aggressive coming into this race?
That's news to me. I didn't know he ran off. I watched him. I didn't see him running off.
Well-
Let me tell you about Authentic. He is spring loaded. I mean, I felt bad. The owners wanted to lead him in. I said, I wouldn't lead him in. You're gonna end up on your back if you're gonna lead him in. I stayed away from him, but he was pretty good with the flowers today, though.
Yeah, he was.
He handled it
I was
really
very
well. We got him
proud,
broke
yeah,
to the flowers.
I was very proud.
But
He's growing up.
No thing flapping though. The thing they had in the Derby and on the bottom part, it was flapping. That's why he was really spooking him.
But I don't. They're running off. He's just aggressive, but he trained beautifully here. They all trained really well.
Yeah, you'd mentioned all of your horses were training so well leading up to the races today, and Probable, of course, runs a very good second behind Authentic today. I have another question from the press box. You had said earlier when Gamine won that race meant the most to you. Now, is that still the case?
Well, I mean, it was important for her to win because what she had been through and the negative things that happened to her, which were just, just.
It's vindicated. Vindicated.
Yeah, vindicated. But the thing is about it, she's a great, brilliant mare, and when she won that, and it was just, because she is a brilliant racehorse, and but Authentic, and I really wanted. I thought I was disappointed in Maximum Security. I thought he'd run better than that. I'm surprised that he. I really felt like 1, 2, 3. I had I felt that, and but in Probable, I mean, I thought he was going to loom up there, but this Authentic, he's just getting really, really good. But
Well, speaking to that, then I had the two representative partners in here and asked them about a decision being made for him to race next year, which they said obviously that'll be a big decision that they all have to get together and discuss. I'm sure obviously you'd love to see this horse back in the barn next year as a 4-year-old. As you said, he's just getting better.
yeah, I mean, I would love it. I'd love to have him back. I'd love to have all 3 of them back, but that's something that unfortunately, I don't get a vote in that, and so it's there's a lot of I just hope we get more horses like this, and we got horses coming up and just enjoy them while you have them, and but he's been a savior, that horse. I mean, with going through 2020 with the COVID and all that, and then the Derby being postponed, and then we win the Derby by one of the greatest rides. I mean, and then he comes back, Preakness. We have still ran a great race, but it was a great race. I think you got to give the mare Philly credit. It was a great race, and we come back and we seal the deal. It was not a fluke. He's the best horse in America, and today, and so that's why I love horse racing. It's settled on the racetrack.
Well, speaking of that, another question from the press box. What are Authentic's chances for Horse of the Year, champion 3-year-old?
You know what? I don't get a vote. If I had a vote, I'd give you.
It has my vote.
But it's one of those things where, you know, I think somebody asked me today, well, how do they decide? I said, they decide today. Today there was a lot on the line. You know, there was a lot of championships on the line today, and so, you know, I'm biased, of course, you know, but what he did today was pretty amazing. I mean, yeah, I don't even know how fast they went, or
I don't even know.
does anybody know? Was there a
Yeah, the timer didn't. I was
You mean
hopefully
American-
they usually have somebody to
Yeah.
hand time.
Because I thought, you know, Farrell's record might go down today, you know.
I have to step out because people waiting for me.
Okay, Johnny, congratulations.
So thank you very much, Bob. Thank you, and I'll see you later, right?
Okay, I'll
All
see you later.
See you later.
Thanks, Johnny. Yeah, just I guess to wrap up, Bob, another very successful Breeders' Cup for you and your entire team, and just really kind of sum up racing and what it's meant to everybody in the industry to be able to keep this going this year with the COVID pandemic, and how difficult some of the challenges have been, but that racing being able to stay up and running.
Well, it's very fortunate. I'm just glad that the Kentucky governor let us run, kept us open. You know, horse racing is so vital to the state, and these breeders and racing, the trainers, we know we got to, you know, everybody, we got to keep working, and it was a great day today. It's a beautiful day. I can't believe the beautiful weather. And so to come here and ship in here and win these races, I mean, Breeders' Cups, they're tough. They're tough to win. I know believe me, I've run so many horses, I know, and I really appreciate every one I've ever won. But these were, you know, special, especially when you win the Breeders' Cup Classic. I had trouble. I couldn't win the Breeders' Cup Classic. When I first got in, you know, I had some nice horses, kept running second, and, you know, Silver Charm, all these things. But I just feel fortunate I'm in this position.
Question is, what time will you be coming back in the morning to the barn? For anyone who wants to.
Yeah, I'll be there. You know, we'll get there around 7. You know, whatever, 7, 8, 9. We'll be hanging around there. You know, so I might sleep until 6:30.
All right. Anything else you'd like to say in closing?
It's just I want to just thank my you know, my team was here, Jimmy Barnes, Pascual Rivera, my exercise boy, everybody in the barn that worked so hard. And I know they're back home excited, you know, but I've got some great people that work for me, and I'm so happy. I look at their you know, they're so excited about it. And but I'm just fortunate for the clientele that I have. They are good people, and they trust me with their horses, and they know they don't have to worry. You know, we work hard at it, and my wife Jill has to, you know, she makes a lot of sacrifices for me. What I'm dealing with, you know, it's a 7-day-a-week job, you know, and so but it's moments like this that we say this is why we do it, because we love, at the end of the day, we love these horses, and that's why we do it.
Thank you, Bob, and congratulations.
Thank you. And let's go get ourselves a steak. Jeff Ruby's.
And I'm trying to get a final time, but